Okay. Back at the docks. Here we go. Turn that down. My headphones are a little loud. Oops. Almost just minimized OBS and stopped the stream. Don't want to do that. Okay. Okay, welcome in, guys. Good to see you again. This is a good thing. Looking rad. Appreciate it. Thank you. Welcome, welcome. How are you guys today? Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and start by probably just adding more lights to these structures first, and then we can kind of continue with the foundation over here after that. These lights right here as well, they are still in their concept stage, so right now they are not casting any shadows or anything. They're just there to kind of get an idea of what kind of lighting scenario we want here. But yeah, I'm thinking something like this will do for right now, just as a start. And we'll have this kind of set up on all the cranes, just like that. These will all be over here as well. We'll have light fixtures all along the assembly line right here. Maybe some like spotlights on each of these, shining on specific parts of the boat here. Same thing over here. Maybe these background buildings can also have some lights on, like some of their windows could be lit up. And then of course all of the ships and rigs in the background there will have like blinking lights, like you see on all the boats, like this big red light right here. They might also have like a spotlight, although I'm not too sure about the spotlight on those. I might save the spotlight for the lighthouse that's gonna go towards the back, where this little mountain or like the little valley is, because that's where the big lighthouse is. That's where we came from in the last level. So there'll be a lighthouse way in the distance over there, and you'll see a swooping or a sweeping spotlight from all the way over there. And I think that's the direction we're gonna go with it. For right now, anyway. Alright, let's enable all of our icons. Is this the same scale as that one? Yes, okay, so I should theoretically just be able to select all these lights and then just duplicate them and move them without having to make too many adjustments here. I'm actually gonna go into unlit for now, so that way performance is a little better. Oh, I guess I need to select the actual light mesh too. I want to duplicate those as well. It'd be a little weird to just have a light there without the physical light source. Which a lot of old, fun fact, a lot of old games, like the original Painkiller, also do that. They'll have just a random light coming from what seems like nowhere, but it literally is just to light the scene for whatever specific reason. But they don't actually have a source that it's coming from, it's just there. A lot of old games do that. But hell, probably even new games do that too. It's just more recognizable in a lot of older games. But in this case, I would like the lights to actually have some kind of source that they're coming from. Okay, I think I have all of them selected here. We're just gonna duplicate them and move them to that one. Okay, so I'm gonna have to scooch them over a little bit because I did move this. It's a little bit further over. Actually, I'm gonna select this one. There we go. Line it up with that and make sure the other one's not floating. Yeah, that's good. Okay, now we'll select this one and do the same thing. Okay, now let's go all the way over here and see where these ones are at. Yeah, those are good. Oh, I think it's compiling shaders. I'm gonna save. Save before a crash. Okay, those are good. That's good. Oh, yeah. Duplicate these. I can't think of the term for them right now. Camera's moving a little too fast. That'll do. And that'll do. Okay, there we go. Perfect. Save. Now we'll actually check the lighting. Yep, they're in all the right places. Looks good to me. Maybe the train can actually be on too, like these lights up here. For at least a couple of them. Anyway. Yeah, I think that will do. There, I'm gonna like just swoop around the map really quick so that way it can compile all the shaders and stop pitching. Usually that helps sometimes too if I just fly around and it loads everything. Come on, Unreal. Do your thing. There we go. That was a big one there. Okay. Hopefully, should be good now. All right. Let's start lighting over here. How do I want to light this one? Oops, not wireframe. Probably slow down my camera. Probably get some, maybe one on each side underneath, like right there and there. Either that or maybe on the side. Experiment with both. Let me see, I'm gonna take one of these. Looks map ready. Yeah, Doc's is definitely a fan favorite for sure. I liked it too. Can you open the Series 3, 4 side? Sure. I sure can. Just give me 1 second. I'm gonna rotate this. Line it up in the center there. Ish. Doesn't have to be perfect, but just eyeball it the best I can. Okay, how does that look there? If we do 4 of those. Good work. Alright, let me update our music here. Okay, this has both battle and ambient in it. Is that fine? Or do you want to just do battle only? Okay. I'll leave it like that for now. So this is the third game. And then after that we can switch to 4. Oh, didn't want to do that. There we go. There we go. Could you add more buildings to the area on the left for the existing buildings there? Yeah, all that space over here is gonna be filled in with background stuff. All that will be filled in. Dead City mission. Probably not in this one. I definitely will. Sorry, I definitely will in Lighthouse, because I think Dead City is right before Lighthouse in the order that I have it in. So when you like drop out into the valley that's right before the city in Lighthouse, there will be like those big skyscrapers behind you. So you, like, you know, in Dead City when you end and you're going into the sewer, so you'll go into the sewer and then you can come out. Actually, I think this was your idea too. You come out from like that valley after going in the sewer, and then when you look up above the valley, you can see buildings from Dead City in the background. So definitely in Lighthouse I'll have those, but probably not here. If anything, I'll just have more like factory looking buildings. Or like those giant factory chimneys, kind of like what this is. Stuff like that. But yeah, Lighthouse will definitely have skyscrapers from Dead City in the background. Can't move. There we go. Froze my camera. Pretty good there. Pretty good there. But actually, hold on. Scooch it over a wee bit. There we go. There we go. Okay. Yeah, that might work alright for the bottom. Although it is kind of bright. Again, these lights aren't casting shadows, so you're going to see light in more spots than the final result. 2 is good instead of 4. Maybe we can try 2. Or maybe I can just move these up further. Say if I hide them for right now. Yeah. Two might be sufficient enough. Then yeah, we can move these ones up here somewhere. I guess just along the outside of these might work. It's angled, so I gotta match the rotation here. Okay, it's very, very specific rotation. There we go. That'll do... Wait, what rotation is the light here so I can just mirror it? 7.1 degrees on the Y. .15 is probably close enough. Oh, never mind. Is that higher than the other one? It looks like it is. Yeah, it definitely is. We will do this then. There we go. Go along the normals. It's easier to move them when they're angled a specific direction. There we go. Blinking. Yeah, some of those, whatever dynamic lights I have, I can do stuff like that to them. Since most of these are going to be baked, I won't have the ability to do that. But I guess there's a couple I can have that are dynamic, like just 1 or 2 random lights on each fixture. I can leave them dynamic and then have them flickering or whatever. Because if I leave them all dynamic, then performance is going to be a little weaker. Or a lot weaker. because there's a lot of there's a lot of these lights. Ooh, actually, that just reminded me. I remember it. I think it was you that said it too. You're talking about adding kind of like what looks like runway lights that go along the warning strips or along like the train tracks here. Kind of like how I have them here on this boat over here. Kind of like those. I remember you saying that. I'm gonna do that right now, actually. Probably won't be as like bright and powerful as these ones, but I can do some kind of like red or orange guiding lights like you would see on a runway or something. Let's see. Let me go to where these wall lights are. Do they have... Hang on, I'm pretty sure I have one somewhere. That's just like a caution light or something. It probably would just be called light. Let me see if I can find one. Or something that looks close to it. I do not. Okay, let me look in one of my packs here. Pretty sure I have like a construction or like industrial pack that has these lights. I wish I knew what they were like specifically called too. It would make it a lot easier to find them, but I don't know. Industry props. Maybe this has one. I can't see any photos pulled up here. Why? Show me photos. Okay, goddamn. Whatever. I'll worry about that later. But I guess just to kind of get an idea of what I'm thinking of right now. I guess I could just literally do this for now. Just do a sphere. Scale it down. I said scale it down. There we go. Or you know what? Maybe this could even work too. To be honest, it's just such a small thing. Hang on, let me read. I can add ropes, like just hanging from the cranes. Yeah, maybe. I did mention I wanted to, like, maybe I won't even change it, but I do want to add a little bit more dynamic. Like when you walk on these steel cables here, I want to add like sound effects when you're walking on them and stuff. But yeah, I might add some things hanging off it, like right here, this crane in the middle. I might add something hanging off of it just for fun. Because there was something like that in the original as well. Like a chimney from a boat or something hanging off of it. How are you planning to light the ships? I don't know yet. I kind of had this going on like this first boat here, just as a concept, but I don't know for like the big cargo ships. They could have, maybe at the top, like where the captain is, they could have some spotlights from up there going on to the ship as well, or they could have lights coming from the cranes that are up there. I don't know. I'm gonna have to do a bunch of things and just see what works best. Hello, Mascar. Welcome in. Good to see you. Halfcom as well. Did you manage to agreement? Yes. Yes, I did. They are actively working on the weapons right now. Yes, indeed. So, oh, my Wi-Fi is going out here. Hang on. Are we good? Stream is back. I noticed a little hitch there. Okay, it looks like we're back. Anywho, back to speaking of these lampposts around the docks, like the ones from the lab. Maybe around the buildings. Or kind of just like around here. But there's already a decent chunk of lights on all of the metal structures here. Probably won't. Or if anything, I'll just add more wall lights along the walls of the buildings. Something like that. Maybe in here I'll add some lamp posts. Actually, where these warehouses are, where these little storage buildings are. Might do that. Might do that here in the middle. Okay, let me go back to this. Okay, let me just make a quick little emissive material here. Might as well just do it in the same folder so it's organized. Remember, organization is key. We don't want to have a bunch of random things. I guess I could just use one of these dummy materials. These always pop up too when I import these assets from Hell and Damnation. They always have like some dummy materials that come with them for whatever testing purposes. I don't know. Something like that. Spare some of these off buildings, back street. Yeah, it's like towards, because especially in like the non-playable area back there where you can't get back there, that's where more trucks and stuff are. Or like the big building that's over there, or that will be over there. Yeah. The places where you can walk and there isn't as much machinery. Yeah, I'll just use one of these materials and duplicate it. There we go. Use this one. Might as well just change it to my main material, my parent material, which is this guy right here. There we go. Let's see. I don't want this as my texture though. I just want a blank. Do I have like a default? I guess I could just do... Oh, I could just hit this. Didn't even realize I had this already set up. Okay, yeah, we'll just do this then. Duplicate this one. Put it there, and I'll make it red. Save it. Turn up the emission even more so it has more bloom. Do something crazy like this. But yeah, so just kind of like that is what I'm going for there. And I just have those all along the caution strips. And yeah, it's kind of just like those orange and red guidance lights that you see on like runways and stuff. think that'll work pretty good. Was that my phone? My phone. Hold on, my phone just went off. Oh, it's it's Ash. Okay. I have Discord turned like shut off on my PC so you guys don't hear the Discord pings all the time. So it's my phone is notifying me. Okay. I'll look at those later. I just saved this material. Why did it take you so long to save? There we go. I guess I could just delete this since I don't actually need it. Oh no, I didn't want to duplicate it. There we go. Okay, we'll rename this to, I guess, Caution Light. Caution Light will do. And then we can move this folder to there. Oh, you know what? I forgot to turn off the blue light filter on my... Hold on. Let me turn off the blue light filter so I can actually see what the colors really look like. Again, I do this every night so I don't burn my eyes out when I'm working on this at night. There we go. Now everything looks proper. I'm actually seeing what you guys are seeing. There we go. It's a bit more red. Let me turn off the water here really quick. I think it's messing with some visual. It's causing some visual artifacts. I'm not sure how much they're spaced out in real life, but I'll just kind of take a guess here. Just take a guess. Something like that, maybe. Something like that. There we go. Calculator. Oh yeah, you definitely can. That's just since there's so many of them, I'm just kind of guessing. Plus, when you're on the ground like this, it's kind of hard to actually tell how far apart each one is from the other. You're only able to really really tell when you're like way up here on the crane, and even then, at that point, they're just teeny little dots. So it'll work. But yeah, you definitely can, especially if you're doing like spline meshes. There's a whole thing you can set up that actually calculates the distance between each one. Fun fact, in Blender, I mean, it could be a universal term as well, but in Blender, something like that would be called an array, where you can take one thing and then it creates an array of the same object in a certain line or a certain direction. I actually wonder if you could do that in here. You probably can. You probably can, actually. I just never done it. This is actually pretty fitting music for this kind of atmosphere. Kinda sucks that it auto-selects back to a default when I duplicate that. Not sure why it does that. Yeah, there we go. Now there's some running caution lights. Oh, this one's actually a bit longer. This one's a bit longer. So now you can kind of have those along that. I might do something like that along the side of the boats too, like just toward the edge. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe. Thinking about it. As far as lights go for all the background stuff too, I literally just do the same method. I'll just use a default sphere and then just place them all around out there. Same thing. Oop, no, I don't want the actual beam. Don't want that. Oh wait, whoops. Don't want these ones. Copy the X. Is 3 too much? Yep, 3 is too much. There we go. That actually looks pretty cool. That looks pretty cool. Same thing along those ones. I'm debating if I want to do them on this one right here. There's a factor. Did you check the lamp? What? Did you send me another thing? Hold on. Like I said, I shut off Discord on my PC so you guys don't hear the Discord pings all the time. Medieval Tavern. I'd probably put that in something like Town. Oh, whoa. Okay, yeah, that's actually really helpful for lighting on the cranes. Yeah, I'll definitely use that as a reference. That's fine. I still, if anything, I'm just looking at the visual, so. The visual is more than enough. Yeah, I'm actually gonna just keep that right here, right in front of me, so I can peep at that while I'm setting this up here. Yeah, that's actually perfect. Wow. That is actually perfect. Okay, so I guess we'll go back up to... I guess it's mostly showing these ones, but I'll probably have the same technique on those cranes as well, but we'll start with these ones since these are the ones I can see the most. Okay, so we got 2 spotlights kind of on the back side right here. They don't really have any lights like this on the side. I'll leave this for now until I put more lights later. And then if we don't need it, I'll get rid of it. Okay, so it's kind of like this. Hold on, let me go to my lights here. Spotlight. I'm gonna go ahead and change this to lumen. I'll make it the same intensity as these lights right here. Thank you, Mascar. Appreciate it. 500. Let me actually copy the exact color. Paste, and then it was, what, 500. There we go. Tighten up the cone of influence a little bit. Then I'll expand it. Since these are spotlights and they're way more powerful. There we go. It actually is a little bit more yellow too. Just a little bit. I'm going directly off of that image that that Ash sent me. It's just a wee bit more yellow. It's also because there's heavy fog in here too, so they're creating like really cool light beams as well, which I'll probably do as well. I just got to turn on volumetric fog. Let's say actually where I can't. Hold on, I gotta zoom in on the one here. Okay, so it looks like it's right at the base. It looks like it's right there, but I don't think that's the case. Since these cranes move, so it could. Well, I guess this one technically doesn't move. So maybe it's like right there. Maybe it's right there. Oh, there's another picture. Oh boy. Okay, yeah, here we go. Some of them. Okay, these ones actually have different color tones. Actually, yeah. What kind of tone would you guys prefer? Do you want like? Do you think like yellow, like warmer tone lights would be better, or if I went with like a blue? Like that similar tone to the sky and fog. What do you guys think? Like if we went, hold on. If I went, where are my lights at? Where are my lights? Here we go. Select all my lights here. Oh. Whoa. And let me try like a light blue. Like an industrial blue kinda. Oh, it still looks yellow because the emissive material on my wall lights. Hang on. Hang on, I gotta adjust the color on this as well. Let's go like whew, it's bright. Oh, it's saving. Sorry guys. Just look away for a second. I know the bloom is intense. There we go. Let me see if that kind of matches. That might be a little too... There, let me put it on the second monitor here so I can see what it is looking like live here. There we go. It's a bit more tame for a blue. And then again, my actual light. Scroll down here. Come down here and actually take a look at them. There we go. Hide the icons. Okay. What about that? What do we think about this? Do we like this or we like the yellow more? The warmer tone. Do a quick little flyby. Zoom over here real quick. Like the yellow lights a bit more, but maybe because of the night setting of the docks. Also looks good. What up, Mr. Swift? Yeah, hey Malik. Good to see ya. I think the cold would definitely work in the snowy bridge. Yeah. That's great. Agree, the night and the gloominess. Okay. For right now, I guess I can stick with blue. Let me apply the same color. Copy. Paste. There we go. Okay. Wait, how far? Oh, that's far. Okay. Wait, let me pull up this image again. Let me pull up the reference photo again so I can see it. Actually, come on, phone. Work with me. There we go. Put that right up in front of me again. Okay. There we go. Could you show the level from above? So I can take a screen. Oh, yeah. I mean, or if anything, I can just take a quick screenshot myself and put it in the Discord. Wait, hold on. Let me add the water back and the rain. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna play it so that way the ocean can load, because right now it's just flat water. Compiling shaders. Also, I'm doing that on purpose so I can compile shaders too. Okay. I think shaders have been compiled. There we go. There's the beautiful water. Kind of go in a spot where you can see the light here. Actually, I'm gonna hide. Where am I? Hide those. Trying to find like a good spot. Wait, let's try over here. There we go. Get a bit of a better view of the overall lighting that I have set up in here. Okay, let's take a screenshot of that. And then let's go ahead. I guess I could do one from over here too. Do one from there. High resolution screenshot. There we go. Okay, and I'll just put those in the Discord. Let me open Discord. And okay, there you go, Ash. I sent those to you. I guess I can put them in the server too. I'll just put them in. I'll put them in the discussion. Okay, there. There we go. Now they're in the Discord. Okay, there we go. Turn my water back off here so it doesn't cause any visual bugs. Alright, back to my spotlight. So I can line it up here properly. Okay, let me go back to these wall lights here. I do have... Ooh, floodlights, yes, actually. Because these ones I know are much brighter. Even though I have these ridiculously bright, but they kind of act a little bit more like spotlights. Kinda. I mean, they're definitely just meant to be on like these stands, but they might work good for... Oh, there's a glass shader on there. That's why it was looking so small. So how big is the actual... this actually covers... This has a much larger light surface than that does. That one's just a little square. Hang on. I have these fluorescent lights too that I could just pretend are spotlights. Ah, I'll just use these. Why not? I already have them set up. Grab one that's already rotated the right way. I'm gonna send... Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I don't mind that. Let me turn on snapping here. Or better yet, I could probably should have just copied the location of this and then pasted that. There we go. I guess I actually probably scale this up a little bit more too, since it is a more powerful light. And just scoot it up a little bit. There we go. Okay. So I guess I could do that. That way it covers more. I guess we can widen this to about 40. There we go. Let's see what that's looking like. I do have the bloom up a little bit high as well. Again, since it's nighttime, usually lights that are like that will create a little bit of a lens artifact. So I did turn up the bloom just a wee bit. It actually doesn't look any different from the other ones, just because again, yeah, I'm gonna do something here. I'm going to turn on volumetric fog, so we can get those cool light rays. Oh yeah, there we go. Okay, that changes up a lot of things. Okay, these lights might actually be a little too intense now because of that. But yeah, that completely changes the scene. But yeah, That looks way cooler. The only thing is, the fog that I have on here, I hope it doesn't cause performance issues. Here, let's just test it really quick. That audio is really loud. Just do that for now. There we go. So far, well, I didn't go full screen yet. Oh gosh, visual bugs. I gotta fix that still. Okay, jeez. Here, let's do this instead. Yeah, that visual glitch is happening because of the water inside the engine. Hopefully when I bake it, or I package the game, it won't do that. I'm not sure what's causing that. I'm going to do this. There we go, now we can see the frames in full screen that way. Turn the water back on just to make sure. I guess I can turn everything back on. Okay, there we go. It's actually still doing alright. Not too bad. I'm still reaching upper 90s and even 100. So that's a good sign. That's a good sign. Because yeah, usually volumetric fog can be a little costly if you have it on very high settings. Oh, my phone turned off. Okay. Let's see. I would like a little bit more. Well, usually it's the other way around. Blue is more intense than yellow. I thought the blue ones would be more intense. But I think it's just because they blend in better with the sky and fog that it's not actually intense. The yellow would just be like very contrasting to the blue. So I guess just for example, if I went back to this, do like a somewhere around there. I think that's where I had it. And then something like this. That's what yellow would look like. So yeah, the blue is definitely more intense. I just think the yellow would pop out more because it's contrasting the blue. Well, and plus not every light is gonna be the same color either. Like all the spotlights on here could be a certain tone of blue or whatever, and then like the warehouse lights could be a slightly different shade of blue. They might be, you know, some kind of. They could just be white, I guess. But yeah, yeah. Even that's at least what I'm seeing in this reference photo that Ash sent me as well. There's some yellow, there's some red, there's some like orange, there's some white, there's all kinds. There's all kinds. So, yeah, those reference photos actually helped quite a bit, because I never really understood how cranes are really lit up. So, yeah, that actually helps big time. Alright, I'll change this one back to blue for now. Just undo. There we go. Alright, water, turn that off. So it stops doing that. Annoying glitch. Talks must have a very heavy. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, even though this land is lost in purgatory, there's still generators or something. There's a power grid somewhere that's still keeping all the lights on. Okay. Let's see. Oh, shadows. Turn those off for now so we get better performance, and then I'll add them back in when I bake the lights. Give me the spotlight, please. There it is. Move this to my lights folder. There we go. Cast shadows, turn it off for now. Cool. Yeah, this fog really does. It is night and day. Like, I'll just do it again just for visual reference. This is no volumetric fog and volumetric fog. It's crazy how much it changes it, huh? Pretty crazy. Okay. Silent Minority Footage. Yeah, not really. Oh yeah, I could only imagine what docks workers or even like people that work on oil rigs and stuff. I can't even imagine what that's like. That would be so goddamn terrifying. I don't even know. I don't think I can do it. But they get paid a lot for that exact reason, because it's really dangerous. Very dangerous to be out there. But man, they do it. They do it. Okay, and we got like a red. Oh, hang on, let me go back up here. So it looks like they put some lights up here, like towards this up top, this wheel, or this winch. Actually, there's two of them there. I don't think I won't put any lights on the actual this part here, but maybe there can be one like on the actual crane bit. Maybe like here on these little bits right here. Maybe we can do that. Maybe we could do that. Give me these. And up we go. Yeah. And then the coast. Oh, yeah, yep. Yeah, very similar. Whoa. I guess I copy the rotation of this one so I can get the right orientation here. Copy. Oh, actually, never mind. I have to rotate the light with it, so that way they both have the same. I'll just eyeball it. There we go, that's good. So is this a flat? There we go. Maybe? A little bit further back there. There we go. There we go. Now we got it. Now we got it. There we go. Try having one like right there. And then... Oh yeah, here we go. And then they have a red one. So maybe I can do a red one up above that one. Since that's kind of how they got it set up in this concept photo here. I'm gonna duplicate this and make it red. Make it red, there we go. Oh, I didn't, whoops. Or maybe it did, I just can't see it in the unlit mode. Okay, yeah, there we go. And I'll change the light to a red. Kind of like that. It's a very desaturated red. What if I go a little bit more saturated here? A little bit more saturated. There we go. Because again, in the concept photo, both of those lights are much higher. They're literally like on the winches up here. It looks a little bit strange to have those there, so I think having them just on those actual beams makes a little bit more sense. Oh, hang on, more links. Yeah, it's just more metal. Otherwise, it's pretty much the exact same. No, I want to... trying to get to the... Well, I guess I could just do this one. Oh, never mind, it has the same... I'm trying to do one that doesn't have the... Ah, well, you get the idea. It's pretty much the exact same, just... Yeah. Metallic, and I can even make this this part a little bit more metallic if I really wanted to. MRA. Oh, I see. Okay, I'd have to use a different parent material then, because the metal the metalness texture is embedded in this guy right here. So whenever you guys see textures that say like a bunch of different letters in it, like it has an acronym like this, it's a bunch of different texture maps packed into one. So see how it looks all weird right now? Every different map is packed into a different color channel. So for example, red, that could be, I think that's metal in this case, metallic map. Green could be a roughness map. Blue, I actually don't know. So it could be ambient occlusion, and then if it has an alpha or anything like that, then obviously that would be in the alpha channel. But yeah, tons of textures or materials are like this for optimization purposes. That's pretty much what they do that for. Pretty cool. But yeah, so the metal maps are packed into that. They're not separated, so if I wanted to control that separately, I'd either have to actually mess with the metallic texture itself separately and then repack it into the same texture, or I just use a different parent material that has that separated. So for example, like my parent material, let me go to there real quick. This one. See, I have all the different maps separated. So here, yeah, AO for ambient occlusion, opacity mask and transparency mask. Those are if it has an alpha on it or not. Metalness, roughness, normal maps, and displacement if there is any reason to use that. Emissive, specular, albedos, or diffuse color maps. They all mean the same thing. They all mean the same thing. Okay. Whoop. Can't see chat. There we go. Yeah, I think that will work all right. Have the red at the top there. Let me bring up my reference photo again. Bring that back up again. One second. There we go. There it is. Okay. I guess I could just kind of apply the same setup since all these cranes here in the middle are kind of the same thing. They're positioned a little bit differently, but overall they're the exact same type. Oh, jeez, my phone. Okay, can't put my phone there. Scared me. That was my phone falling, for anyone wondering. Alright, these two... do I want them on either side? Yeah, I'm gonna do it really quick just to see what it looks like. Nope. Snapping and then 180, there we go. Now I can go along the normals. Perfect. War. Snap. 180. Okay, what does that look like? Oh yeah, I guess that could work. It's not too crazy. I guess it would be necessary too, because that way, you know, if you're walking over here, you can see what the hell you're doing. Actually, these ones up here I could probably change to red. Since they're up top. Hit this. Red. Red. Copy this color. Oh. Swing over here. And paste. There we go. Look at the other photo again. Oh, it pretty much has the same thing. Okay, never mind. Same setup. Okay, let's go back here. Yeah, there we go. See, red could be at like the very, very top points where it's most dangerous or whatever. It's kind of typically how things like that work too. Like even the radio towers that you see, they'll usually have like the red lights all the way at the top or something. Or they'll just be red all the way up and down. I guess it just depends on what this specific structure is. It depends. Alright, let's take this... Hang on, what angle is this at? Okay. The question will be movable objects on the cranes, like lifts. The cranes themselves probably aren't going to move. I don't really have any reason for them to. But there will be elevators that you can use to go up and down each of these cranes, yeah. But yeah, like the actual swivel, like the entire top of the crane itself, I don't really have any reason to move those. I don't know, maybe I can think of something. But yeah, I really don't have any reason to. Not at the moment, anyway. Maybe we can think of like a secret or something. Containers or hooks. Oh yeah, well if you're talking about just like things that have physics and whatnot, like the hooks and whatnot, yeah, I could absolutely do that. Yeah, there'll be like hooks and stuff, maybe one hanging down from all these up here. Or yeah, like there'd be a hook hanging off of this or something hanging off of this. Yeah, I could have that. Yeah, chimney on it. Yeah. Yeah, I can have stuff like that. Yeah, there'll be more things that have physics in this one, unlike HD. Like even in Orphanage, all the chairs and stuff, I gave those physics again so you can move them. And stuff. Yep. They definitely won't behave like exactly the same because Unreal's physics engine is different than what the original Paint editor used. I think they used Havoc, right? Yeah, it's not. I'm not using Havoc, so the physics might behave a little different, but yeah, there will be physics objects, yes. Oh, those are a lot closer to me than I thought. Sometimes it's hard to tell where they are in 3D space. These are the red ones, right? Yeah, okay. Okay, I'll go ahead and adjust these properly now. Wait. A little bit too much rotation there. There we go. There we go. Now this one. Oops. Missed the gizmo. Okay, and then rather than trying to reposition those ones, I'll just duplicate these ones and then change them to blue. Okay, change these ones to blue. Copy this. Paste that. There we go. That'll do. Let me look at my reference again. Yeah, I can't tell. There's two spotlights on the bottom, but I can't tell where the second one really is. Actually, it looks like the second one is above. It's like up here. Because there's one at the base. like that, and then I think there's one that's kind of like on this roof, maybe? But there's nothing sticking out up here yet, so I think one will probably just do for now. And we can keep the side lights here. I need to go watch the play video. Alright, man. I appreciate all the help with the reference photos. Always a pleasure. Oh, because that's not... I was like, why are these... I mean, I guess that's kind of the point, huh? It's caution symbols for a reason, silly. They were just standing out way more than I thought they would. But it's because everything else is metal. Okay. Our light's supposed to be on top as well. Yeah, they are in the photo. Like, there's a little red light up there, but they have it. It has it like directly on the wench part right here. Maybe I can do this. Maybe I can put these same like caution lights that I have down here. Maybe I can put these up there. Maybe just make it a little larger. It's gonna be really hard to see these in the sky. I guess not that hard. Actually, let me select this. Copy. Paste. There we go. It's a much faster way to get it over here. Okay. Or maybe I can get a light like right there. Maybe I can get one right there. Because these right here, they are an emissive material, but they don't emit any light because I have lumen turned off. Because actually it has both. It has this little red light, and then it has a regular spotlight, or like one of these lights. I guess I can try that really quick too. Hold on. Let me try that real quick. Let me rotate 90 degrees. So I guess I can do this. If I hide this one. Oop. Hide them both. There we go. Oh, is that the end of the... Okay. Do this one now, since that's what he asked for. Well, even though he left. It's okay, we'll still do it. Series M4 music. You know, those four cranes reminded me of the porch, many of the... Yeah. I actually didn't know where this specifically was based off of, but... Yep, that is true. Very many of these levels are based on real life locations. Okay, that might work a bit better. Yeah, they didn't have the license to use them in the new game, I assume. I don't know. No idea. So this one's at a pretty big angle. Flip it around this way, and then I will... Oh, that actually works. Just by snapping. It's about the same distance. This one's pretty much right where that line is. About right there. So where's the other hidden one? There it is. Delete it so don't forget that it's there. Okay, yeah, that actually probably works better. If I know... Oh, like in train station, pictures of railroad stations. Yeah. Yep. About Paris Tower. Allowed to do this, but light show is copyrighted and you can't show it in a game. Oh! No, I did not know that. Well, luckily there is no level that takes place in Paris in this game, so luckily we're safe from that one. But no, I did not know that. Did not know that. I think what I got going on here is probably good enough. Maybe they don't require 2 of them though. Especially with this fog. Say one of them is probably good enough. no baguettes. No ratatouille. Okay, now, actually, I could probably do the same thing up here. Same thing up here. Okay, now grab these. I don't know how to spell what Ratatouille. Ratatoulle, I think. Yeah, I think it's Ratoulle. I think he even says that in the movie, doesn't he, when he's drunk? Rat-a-tat. I swear he says that. When he's talking to the short chef. And he gets him drunk because he's trying to get him to spill the truth. Spoiler, by the way, if you somehow haven't seen Ratatouille. Movie's what? Probably almost 20 years old. Where's my cursor? There it is. Alright, just move these in the center. There we go. Probably add a red one at the end of this over here as well. Something like that. Probably add another spotlight somewhere on this building, this corner piece right here. A lot of the spotlights too that are on just like corners like this, or if I have any on the boats or something, those ones can be dynamic lights, and because I like to have them like swooping back and forth, kind of like how the lighthouse one way out there is going to be. Actually, you know what? Just for visual concept and reference, I would like to grab one of these and put it all the way out there where that lighthouse is going to go. It's going to be way out there, by the way. It's for even further than that rig that's way out there. Oh, I didn't mean to take the wall light with it. Whoops. Hold on. There we go. Also, again, why did you commit to even doing this? Because I wanted to see it. The studios weren't doing it, and I was finally just like, okay, you know what? I want to learn. Well, okay, let me put it this way. The main reason was because I wanted to learn game development and stuff too, and this was the perfect opportunity for me to do that. So I learned Unreal Engine. I learned a lot more stuff with Blender, and I started just working away at this project. Alright, this is gonna have a much larger... Can I go even more than that? We'll go like 20... I sure can. Cone angle is probably not that wide, probably like 30. But, yeah. Everybody wanted to see a Painkiller 2 happen or something, and, you know, this isn't Painkiller 2, but... let's go 90 degrees. Hold on, let me turn on snapping, so it's at a perfect 90. There we go. Maybe even slimmer than that. We'll do 20. And spotlights on a lighthouse are incredibly bright. I don't know how many they are in lumens. You know, I'm curious. I want to look that up. How many lumens on average is a lighthouse spotlight? Typically between 15,000 and 50,000 lumens. Okay, yeah. Bright boy. Let's do in between that. We'll go 25,000. Oh. 25,000. Should, okay, that's actually still very hard to see. Is it even... Oh, okay, I see now. It actually isn't showing any bloom because it's too far away. Well, I have a solution for that. I don't remember where it is. Is it here? No. Shoot. Blueprints here, maybe? No. There's a fake, like, God Ray material that I have somewhere, but I don't remember where it is. Hopefully it's called God Ray. Yes, right here. Okay, yeah, God Ray cone. Where is this located? Okay. Maybe this will... be better to use. So yeah, see, now you can actually see it a bit better. I can even do this if I wanted to. Because yeah, when I'm too far away, it's actually not going to show the bloom on the volumetric fog. Unless I could change that. Maybe I can change that. Hold on. Maybe I can change that. Oops. Let's see. Height fog. Start distance fall off. If it's 0... Oh, wait. Extinction. Oh, there it is. Okay, view distance. There we go. Okay. That was why I couldn't see it. think it would probably still be better to use that for the lighthouse since it's such a specific spotlight, though. Can I change how fast that material is? Hold on, I'm gonna open this. Because I want to see what material it's using. Okay, it is this. Oh boy! All right, I gotta figure out where the. Hold on, we're gonna figure this out together. Panning amount, panning speed. There it is. This is a parameter. Hold on, what if I just do this? Duplicate, or not duplicate, whoops, stupid. Create material instance, there we go. And we do that instead. There we go. Now, instead of trying to dig through this whole mess, we can just open this, and now we have all the controls right here. There we go. That's easy. Panning speed. What if I just don't do that? Oh, I see. Okay, so there's multiple things. We go like 0.5 on that. I'm trying to see like the. Wait, what if I just go crazy? I just go 1. Well, they're not really changing anything. That I'm noticing anyway. Oh, because this is a different... I see. Why is it like that? Weird. Okay, well, instead of a blueprint, I did have just a static mesh. Okay. Now, does this change anything? Kind of. I know that does. Oh, I see. Okay, yeah, that's probably best case scenario scenario there. Okay, now let's change the color. To match these. Okay, so now we have that to kind of help out a little bit in case that ends up too far away. Okay. Plus that actually doesn't look too good. Very pixelated. I guess I could just do that too to turn it off on that specific light, and then we'll just use the cone. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. This is way out here. Oh, I didn't realize there was another. Sorry. Links work for even studio. Yeah, it's a lot. I know, it is, but I'm determined. When I launched tutorial and new reactions, okay, I did. Mine were too. when I first started, trust me, mine were too. 100%, mine were too. I'm actually going to parent lights. There we go. Oh, I want to parent this to that light, but I have to scroll all the way down. Here, since they're dynamic, mostly the spotlights, I'm gonna put them in their own folder. Put them in their own folder. There we go. Now I can move this here. And this is the second one, yeah. Cannot attack. Oh. Okay, well I guess I have to do it backwards. Parent the light to the the God Ray. Oh, that's fine. That's fine, I guess. Okay, just gonna go even further out there. Oh boy. It's gotta go way out there. Sleepy, keep stocks. And the screenshots. Yeah, I'll take some more screenshots after stream today. Might wait for more streams. Alright, man. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it as always. Yeah, I'll take some more screenshots after I'm done with today's stream so you can see them in Discord. Have a good night. Oh, not 20. I don't want to do 20. Okay, there we go. So if it's looking straight at me, it fades. Fade distance. Camera fade distance. I guess depth, maybe? Or is that just... Hang on. I gotta do this on the other monitor so I can see it. Monitor so I can see it live. Oh. Okay, so depth is well, it's depth. There's no other way to describe that. What is... Oh, okay. Camera fade distance is actually along the ray. But if I'm so if it's facing me directly, I can't see that ray. So I'll have to create like some kind of lens flare or a bloom effect or something so I can see the spotlight when it looks in our direction. I guess I could just fake this too and make it extremely bright so it appears. What if we just do like 500,000? And the attenuation radius 50,000. Very exaggerated for sure, but it's the only way we might be able to get it to look realistic. It also has a draw distance. Let's say, is it even affecting the... Oh, yeah, it is. It's like, is it even affecting the ship? It is, just barely. Okay, what if we do 2 million? There we go. Because it's technically actually going to be even further out than that oil rig there. It's gonna be way out here. How far can the influence actually go? I don't know if it's actually capped or not. Wow, yeah, no, it's not. Not capped, it can go all the way. I'll do that, so that way the light still kind of tapers off towards here, since the lighthouse is very far away. Actually, what if I bring back the volumetric scattering? So yeah, if we think about it, just pretend that that's a swooping lighthouse beam for a second. I'll kind of do it. So it's kind of hard to see with the guiding lines there. There we go. So that's kind of, yeah, the fade distance. Hold on. Can I go higher than this? Yes, I can. Wait, what was it at? Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Feels like that breaks it a little bit. Well, maybe not. I don't know. Okay, I guess not. Okay, I will try this again. So yeah, swooping spotlight. That's kind of the idea of it. We come back around. So yeah, that's kind of the idea. The volumetrics might still cause problems though, because again, it's very pixelated, and if I increase the aliasing of this to a point where that doesn't happen, performance is going to go way down, because it takes a lot to compute this. So when it's low res like this, that's the only way it's going to be playable, really. So that's where I was thinking of maybe having to use this thing. Oh wait. Hold on, I gotta bring it back to its original rotation here. Oh no, this is not even in the... Here, I'm gonna separate these again because I need to match the location. There we go. Okay, there we go. Now it matches. You be the one if this is not if his lights during night. Yeah. Okay, now I'm going to disable that again, and this God ray here. Now I gotta mess with its material again. Since it's way larger. Oh. I was like, why can I not see this? Okay, I just have to turn the fade way up. That still doesn't really that doesn't look right. Let's try this. No. It's... Oh, and I know why it's doing that. The transparency render layers are making it do weird stuff. Huh. Okay, well, that's not gonna work either. Well, I guess we could just try the volumetrics then. I'd say maybe we could just have a lower intensity on that. There we go. Now it's kind of harder to notice the pixels, even in full screen. Even in full screen, it's a bit harder to notice. Whoops. Let's try 0.3. 0.4. Oops. Come on. 0.25. There we go. And then maybe I'll just have it rotate slow. So that way, because if you do it really fast, see that like ghosting that's happening? Those weird artifacts that are happening. So maybe I'll have it just go slow. That way those are not as noticeable. Now for Easter egg, put a car where light starts. Actually, no, really quick. I'm gonna turn the water back on. Hopefully it doesn't freak out. Because I want to see what it looks like with the water. I may have to restart the engine if it keeps doing this. Oh god. Okay, yep. I'm gonna restart the engine. Or well, you know, actually, no. I'm gonna restart the level. I'll restart the level and see if that works first. Whoa. Okay, that looks cool, seeing it reflect in the water. Okay, it's still tweaking out though. Alright. Brief intermission. I'm gonna restart the engine. And hopefully it'll not do that. Brief intermission. You don't have any to say, right? Nope, yep, none that are functioning. I have a couple of them that are ported in, like the models, but I don't have their physics properly set up or animated or coded or anything like that. So, yeah, nope, not yet. It'll be a while. Okay, let's try this one more time. I'm gonna hit this. We're gonna go live. Okay. It tends to start doing that when I add more things to the scene. If I just open up the level and I don't really do anything, like I don't add any more actors in there, it seems to do okay. Again, like I said, hopefully it doesn't, it won't do that in a packaged build. Oh, that looks sick. Okay. Now I'll actually try and simulate this light. Where are my lights? There they are. Okay, now I'll swoop it around. That looks pretty sweet. Bro's gonna give us at least one playable. I know. I don't know. I've just been so focused on getting the environments done first before I start doing monster. Like I start working on the monsters. Also, it's mainly because I have to learn how to code the monsters and whatnot too, so I gotta do that first before I just start throwing stuff in here like that. Because I don't know how to do that yet. The main thing I know right now is just working on environments. Oh yeah, for sure. For sure. Okay, actually I want to, since this is moving, And I don't have the lighthouse actually set up all the way over here yet. Move it a little further. Okay. Move it up just a wee bit. And I will set up a blueprint. Actually, I probably don't even have to do that. I just do it in here. In the level blueprint itself. I don't know if I have to do this in tick or play. I'll try it in play at first, and if it doesn't work, then I'll do it in tick. Okay, let me drag this spotlight into here, like that. I don't know, because I'm not using C++, I'm using Blueprint, so, well, my friend wants to still try and use C++, at least for the enemies, but that's all for him, because I don't know coding in that regard whatsoever. The Blueprint is the only kind of, like, visual scripting code that I know, so if I was to literally use it just with Blueprint, then no, it wouldn't work at all. You can mix them, yes. But yeah, I can't just copy and paste. At least I don't think I can. I don't think I can. Alright, rotator... Wait, is that not what it was? Hold on. Make control. No, that's not what it is. Okay, here it is. Make... I guess it would be Z. I can't remember how I did this, to be honest with you. Hold on. Quick tutorial. Because I can't remember how to do this. Simply just want to make an object rotate in place. Okay. Vector. Open, add component. Okay, I guess. I want it to rotate. Rotate in local place. Maybe? Let's try that and see what happens. Oh wait, sorry. Also, important question: will it cast shadows from all the shotgun thing? Yeah. Excuse me. Yeah, this one I can turn on shadows for now. I did. All the other lights are gonna have shadows too. Later on when I bake them, I just have them off right now for testing and performance reasons because they're not. It's not a final setup yet. But I can turn shadows on for this. All right, Lim. Crazy soundtrack, by the way. I'm gonna test this and see if it rotates. Okay, yeah, it's definitely rotating, but that's a little too fast. What if I just do, like, 15? Okay, that's definitely still way too fast. Hold on. Hold on. One? Yeah, no kidding, Okay, there we go. It's starting to slow down now. Okay. So, let's do point 1. That is actually crazy. Yeah, this is perfect timing for the soundtrack. Okay, there we go. That's better. Where's it at? Any second now. There it is. Okay. Might be a teeny bit too fast, so we'll do 0.05. And maybe for the scattering, I'll go back up to like 0.4. Okay, try again. There we go. But also somehow moving. Well, it's just because it's so far away and it's casting such a bright light. Like, I can move it all the way over here and... Or I guess I could just do it on another object really quick. Just to prove that it's... Like, if I just... Oop. I'm gonna turn the water off. Just to prove that... So, like, if I did it on this instead... Wait, is it even rotating? I actually can't tell if it's rotating because it... Oh. I know why it's not. I know it's why it's not rotating, because it's not movable, dummy. There we go. You have to make... You have to tell it to move to rotate. There we go. See, it's rotating on its own axis. Like it's rotation 10. Things moving fast, but it takes too much time to appear again. Maybe then make 2 of them. Oh yeah, I guess some lighthouses they have two lights, one on each end, don't they? I guess some of them do. I can do that. I guess I'll just duplicate this. I'm sure. Duplicate this. Get my. So where the hell is my light? There it is. Or make 3. Yeah. Okay, so we'll go this. Okay, I'll have one at 0 degrees, one at 60 degrees. And one at 180. There we go. I also just realized too, hold on. Volumetric scattering. There's another setting I don't think I have on. Oh, I guess not. Maybe it's just because there's so much light, it's hard to even tell the occlusion from the rays. Oh, yeah, I guess so. Okay, well. Let's just do this then. And drag spotlight 3. And 4. Okay. Do point 1 again. And if it's too fast, we'll go back to 0.05. Wait. Hold on. Is it doing what I think it's doing? I wonder if it's starting them all at the same rotation. Hold on. If I disconnect that. Because I think what it was still kind of slow before another one appeared. So I'm wondering if it's, even though they're all in different directions right now, I wonder if it actually starts them all in the same direction. So I have to tell it, hey, don't do that. So if I disconnect that. Well, no, I guess it didn't. Because it is taking pretty long for that one to get. Okay, so, never mind. I guess not. It just still took a while for the other ones to show up. 1. Yeah, that one's quicker. Okay. So never mind. Oh, but that one was really quick. Hold on. Wait. Are they not rotating at the same rate? Or am I just crazy? Oh, wait. Yeah, I'm crazy. Okay. You know what? We're gonna do a quad. Because I'm missing 270. There we go. There's another 60. Yeah. There's another 60 that I was missing. Okay. I can't math. So, we're gonna do 4. Quad it up. Yep, I know. I'm stupid. I'm dumb. That's okay. We can have 4. Okay, now what does it look like if we do... What does it look like if we do that? That way it doesn't feel like they're swooping as much. Okay. Actually, it might even be better on performance if I don't do that and I just I'm just smarter and do my math right here. 0, 120, 240. And we'll go a happy medium at 7.5. Oop. Okay. What does that look like? Okay, there we go. Yeah. Full screen it. Maybe because it also... Hold on. Let me see if I can bring out my view distance even further on the... Because maybe that's why it keeps looking like it flies away, too. Because it disappears in the fog way out there. So what if... we go... Okay, because now we can see all the way out there, even though it's kind of starting to artifact a bit. Oops. Okay, there we go. Now we can kind of see out there, even though it's a little... It's artifacting a bit more. But now it doesn't look like it's flying away. At least not as much. Oh, okay, and I can actually kind of see why it's flickering a bit more back there, because you're seeing the light ray from the backside all the way back there. I see. All right, let's fine-tune this here. Okay. Oh, and that's over. Alright, music preferences. Music preferences, please. But yeah, they should cast shadows. I'm pretty sure I have that turned on those lights. Yep, shadows, shadows, and shadows, yeah. It's just they're also so far away, too, that the range of influence might not even reach the buildings and stuff over there. I might have to increase it if you want that. Okay, there's still a little bit of flickering that you can see back there, just because the view distance is a wee bit too far. It's still pretty damn cool to see the silhouettes of the boats back there and the rigs and stuff. That is cool, though. Lower the strength of the light. Here, let me see. Let me see here. So the influence, I have 130,000 right now. Let's go 150. Let's go 150. Here, I'm gonna rotate one of these just so I can see it, then I'll set it back to 0. $175. The only other thing I was trying to look at was if it was occluding. Hang on. Because it doesn't really look like it is. But then again, this is such a wide range. Maybe I have to do it on the actual meshes. Occluded samples, use as occluder. No. Hang on. Maybe it's under shadow. Dynamic. Oh, volumetric shadow? Maybe? Oh, yeah, there we go. See, that's what I was looking for. I was looking for it to, like, use these objects and occlude the rays. Okay, there we go. Actually, I want to just confirm that that was the... Yeah, that's the setting right there. Okay, that's what I was looking for. That's what I was looking for right there. Alright, volumetric shadow. There we go. Hopefully that doesn't affect performance. Hopefully, because that looks cool. That looks sick. Okay, let's set my cone angle back to what it was. It's 12. Okay. With a wider cone angle as well, it might not be as prominent, but we'll see. Yes, it is. With the wider angle, it's much more noticeable when the angle is much tighter. So I guess maybe we can do that. We'll go with like 8. Don't care, limit 50. Well, you have a 50/80. That, yeah, it should be fine. It should be fine. But for everyone else, yeah, I gotta be careful. Also, music suggestions. And then 175 for the view distance on these. 175. There we go. Oh, wait, whoops. Oh, no, it's right. It's right. Okay, so yeah, there we go. Now you can actually see the shadow in the light. I listen to copyrighted music, not really. All right, I'll just put back. I'll just put this back on then. Oh, yeah, there you go. There's your shadow. Actually, since this is a large light too, I'm gonna increase. Oh, wow, that barely... No. Okay, well, the shadows are just gonna be sharp then. It's fine. Yeah, let's definitely decrease that. Let's go... What do I have it at? 2 million? Jeez. Okay, let's just try 1 million. Yeah, let's try 500K. That might be better. Alright, let's take a look. I'll look over here now. It is pretty quick. You can briefly see the shadow as it passes over right there. Just barely. But it's there. It's definitely there. Okay, we'll go back to 0.05. Full screen it. Oh yeah, there we go. I like that. There we go. I think that will do. That looks better. We'll go with that. And actually performance is doing okay. Here, I'll go up here. Wait for it. visible right here. Let me go over here. Actually, let me go up here. I'll go up here. Cool. Ooh, yeah. You saw it right there. Saw it right there. Okay, yeah, you can kind of see it a little bit back there too. Yep. So yep, you can see it. And yeah, eventually I'll have an actual lighthouse model out there. Because that looks about to be the point that it's at right there. Oh, actually. Okay, about right there is where it's at. See, that's why it looks like it's actually moving too. Oh no, that one's over there. Okay, so it is a little off center. Hold on, where are my locations at here? Oh, yep, one of them moved. One of them's not in the same spot. No, it's just because it's in a different spot. That's why. So these two are the same. Then that one's different. That's why. So let's go ahead and copy this location and paste there. Okay, now it should be fine. now it should be fine. Okay, see, it's about right there. Okay, yeah, there we go. That one's in the right spot. What about the third one? Is the third one in the right spot? Yes. Okay, the third. They're in the right spot now. They're in the right spot now. We're good. You fancy? Sadly, the rest of the light. Yeah. I can actually, because I do have full control over it. I do. I can take the rest of these lights. Oh, hang on. Sorry, give me 1 second. Okay, sorry about that. I can turn off the scattering effects from all the point lights and then just keep that for the spotlights. So let's actually try that. Do all the point lights. Okay. And then scattering intensity, and we'll go 0. So now, yeah, now none of the point lights are having that, like, scattering effect in the fog. And only the spotlight is doing that. And this one too. So I could try that too, and it won't be as intense. So we can try this really quick and see how that looks. See, now it's just those ordinary lights. And then we can probably see the effect of the spotlight as it swoops by better on the buildings. Oh. Let me get up there. Let it do one more time. Okay. There we go. It's a little bit easier to see it. Just a little bit easier. So we could probably try that. Or if it looks too weird, we can bring back some of the scattering. It's just not as it's not as intense on all the point lights. Let's try that. Let's try that. Let's bring back a little bit of the scattering. That way it doesn't look too weird. Let's go 0.25. So now they scatter a little bit of light. Not too much, but just a little bit. Darker, even better. Give 100 there. Well, I'm saving that for Lighthouse. In Lighthouse, there'll be lightning and stuff. That's the thing with these levels too, is since some of them have very similar weather going on, I want to try and vary it at least a little bit. So Lighthouse can be a thunderstorm, and then this one can just be rain. BK, well, not the original one. It's in like Resurrection, I think. It's called Haunted City. That's what the original level is, but I'm just calling it Lighthouse because it's going to be a heavily modified version of Haunted City. Yeah, anytime I say Lighthouse, I'm talking about Haunted City. But yeah, that level's gonna have a thunderstorm in it. And then Dead City. Dead City, it's not raining, but there's lightning. So again, I want to vary it at least a little bit. Let's say, since I have these hooks here, and it's kind of alternating, maybe I can get rid of some of these and just keep the alternating pattern. So it's not as many. We'll just go with one here in the middle. That way there's not as many. Plus, keep in mind too, when a lot of these lights are baked, it might look a little different than this too. not might, it will look different. Okay, there we go. Now there's not as many. Might get rid of some of these as well. Maybe I can just put... there's a break in the middle there. It's actually should make a big difference, yeah. Because, yeah, I did have quite a bit there, and I actually even have a lot right here. Well, I'd say Ash, the guy that was in here earlier, Ash, gave me the idea of... Because originally, this looked like what it did in the original game, where it was actually kind of daytime. Well, this could be daytime, but it was brighter, and the sun was up here, and there were no lights. So he was like, maybe try making it darker and then actually light up everything. And I was like, okay, I'll try that. And then that's kind of where we was here. And I liked the way that it looked. So, but then yeah, I did add a shit ton of lights. I did add quite a few. I know, yep. I said I can't make everybody happy, but I'll try and find like a happy medium. And plus, some of these too, I will probably make it so like they're off. Like not every single one of these will be on. They could be damaged or something. I don't know. Again, this is all... That's the fun thing about Unreal is you can just place it and go, and most of the starting process can just be concept, and then when you finally reach a look that you're going for, then you can start to do all the finalizing stuff. You can start baking your lights, or you can finalizing the colors or the brightness, whatever. Right now, this is all just concept stage, which is the fun part, and it's all happening in real time, which is cool. That's the fun part. You just play something, and then if it turns out that we don't like it that much, then we can just get rid of it, or we can change it. So. Also good lights above carts. I think you made crates. And then there shouldn't be four. Oh yeah, these right here. Yeah, I was thinking that these are too much. I wanted to put one on the side here, but there's like a little beam there. Otherwise, it'd be perfect. But I don't know. Maybe I can just find a different spot. And there's not one here on the side. Actually, maybe... Because it looks brighter, like really bright too, because I have ones on each side, like this. So maybe if I just put one on the bottom, that would work better? I don't know. Or even better, make them angled spotlights. I guess I could do spotlights too. Hang on. I'll leave those there just in case. Just getting rid of excess for right now. Okay. Let me get these in position first, and then I'll try the spotlight method. Turn on snapping. Go to 90. camera's moving way too fast. There we go. Okay, how does this look? I might as well turn on shadows on these ones too, since those posts are going to be in the way. Might as well do it just to see what it looks like here. And again, even these shadows are not going to be accurate. They're not going to be super soft shadows when you see them in the bake. Okay, because that's what it'll actually somewhat look like. Yeah, that's a bit better. Here, just for now, I'm gonna turn off the spotlight because it's kind of turn those off for now because it's distracting. There we go, yeah. That's what they'll sort of look like. Again, in the final bake, the shadows will be probably even softer than that. And obviously performance is going to be 10 times better. Especially during testing. Because yeah, see, like, if I turn shadows on all these point lights, plus keep in mind they're all movable and dynamic right now. If I do that, oh, surprisingly, it's actually not as bad as I thought it was going to be. It's still holding at about 80. But I guarantee you if I play... Well, it's because the water's not here. If I play the game, I guarantee you it's going to be way worse than that. Yeah, it's definitely worse. I'm barely getting 60. Not terrible, though. Again, I did think it was going to be, like... I thought it was going to be, like, 30 FPS. But it's definitely still worse. So yeah, when you bake the light to static, at least most of these, it calculates it once, and then it doesn't have to calculate it ever again, so it'll be way faster. Also, these lights next to the building are dim, right? Kinda. They're the same intensity as the ones that are on the crane. Yeah, they're the same. They're the exact same intensity. I mean, you can always make graphics tender. I mean, yeah. Yeah, you'll be able to... I mean, when it's static shadows, again, the performance, it'll be a million times better because the shadows are baked into the light map textures. But if it's a dynamic light where it's real-time shadows, there won't be as many of those. Like, the only ones that'll do that are lights that flicker, like actually change properties, or lights that move, such as the spotlights. Cast shadows as well. Yeah, they are. So you got a shadow right there. They are. It's just because it's kind of right next to the building that it's hard to see them, but they are there. They are there. So yeah, see if I, for example, that's without it. And that's with it. You're also seeing like a drastic change on the metal around it too, because the light, the rim around this light is also casting a shadow. So you actually don't even see any of the light hitting this part here, only what is visible. The only other way to get light to actually cast... See, now you can see it. But that's if I stick the light way out here. And it's not out there, it's in here. So. How does this... Okay. Got you. Alright, let's bring those back. Again, remember this one, the scattering... Hold on, let me do this really quick. Let me select all these again. What if I go 0.5? So that way these lights still scatter a little bit. That's the shadow from the spotlight over there. Yeah, I think we'll leave the scattering at 0.5 on the point lights and then 1 for those. There is one spotlight right here too that has still at 1. So all the spotlights I'll keep a higher scattering. Full screen. Definitely does pop more. This is a dark area. We'll wait for it to swoop by again. There we go. Now we'll come up here. Oh, yeah, there we go. That's definitely better. Yeah, that is definitely better. Yes. That's better. Definitely better. Turn that off because it's just annoying me now. Those are very sharp shadows. Lights addiction. Most of the other levels don't have any of these. The only light I have in the scene is literally the sun. I don't have no addiction, shut up. Oh, yeah, you asked about the flashlight. I don't remember if I had it on or off. Hold on, I have to find my flashlight in the blueprint first. It can. It absolutely can. I just don't remember if I have it turned on or off. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Flashlight. There it is. Oh no, I turned it off. Okay. So if I hop up here, I mean, it's kind of hard to see from, you know, your own perspective, but there's not really an angle I can get to where... Oh, here we go. There you go. So yeah, the shadow of the ledge here is casting on the box. So yes, it can. Enemies, they cast shadows as well. Yeah. Yeah, enemies will be able to cast shadows too. Hang on, I want to see if I can do something about that, though. That shadow is so sharp that it's actually causing aliasing to happen. Try and soften it up just a little bit. Source radius... I might not be able to even control that since the way a spotlight is set up, it comes from just a fine point. So, I don't know if I can. Hold on. Tutorial. Let's see if it's possible. Forums. Nope, not that. For the point light and spotlight, it's the source radius. Okay, yes. I did increase the source radius, but the shadow still stayed sharp. Because that's ideally how it works. Like, you know, if you have a really large light source, it's going to make softer shadows. But if you, like, for example, the sun, it is big, but it's so far away that it's a small point in the sky that's creating light, so the shadows are softer, or I'm sorry, sharper. But I just want to soften them out a little bit, because, yeah, that looks fugly. Let's see. No. Can't make... Oh, wait. Alright. Yeah, I don't know if it's a... I don't know. I guess... Hold on. Let me just see what it looks like if I test play it. I'll keep an eye on that staircase. Yeah, no, that's... okay. Yeah, no, it's definitely still doing it. See, I don't think that's a bug. I literally think it's just because... Actually, I'm just gonna put another spotlight in the scene. And see if it is something wrong with just that specific spotlight, or if that's just literally every spotlight. Alright, shadows are on. I'll bring it over here to the staircase. It might also just be because I've pushed those other spotlights way beyond certain limits, so that could just be causing artifacts too. Now that I think about it. Oops. Lumens. Well, it kind of was moving, but just because, again, it was so jagged and messed up looking, it didn't really move that much. Or, like, it glitched back and forth. But, hang on. I'll increase the intensity of this one. Okay, so the shadows are still sharp, but they're nowhere near as jagged. So, like, theoretically, right, you know, when it moves across, yeah, if you move it, that's what it's supposed to look like. But yeah, I genuinely think, it's just because those lights are being pushed way beyond their limits. For example, yeah, 5 million lumen. The attenuation radius is way past its maximum recommended amount. So it could be that too. But then why isn't this working like that on other stuff? What do you mean? Because like I said, this one, the shadow is still sharp. Well, actually, let me try and see if I can soften it. Okay, no, I can't. So maybe the way that, again, the spotlight works, I can't increase the size of that. The big spotlights are not glitching on other stuff. Maybe it is. Hold on. Oh, whoops. I didn't realize I was changing the... Shoot. What'd I have it at? 8? Was that right? Yeah, okay. Let's go over here. Maybe it's just because the crane is a lot larger? Question mark? I don't know. Maybe that's the reason. Because the staircase there is a very thin mesh. But yeah, so like if I bring in a point light here, Set it to movable. And it casts shadows. So like you can see... Hold on. Yeah, that would be my guess. The mesh is so thin, it's just having trouble calculating it for shadows. That would be my guess. But anyway, so yeah, this point light here, if I increase the source radius, or I'm sorry, there we go. So notice how the shadow on the staircase here kind of it blurs. It gets a little softer. And that's because I'm making the actual light source larger. But I can't do that on a spotlight. So it seems anyway. Solution, just put some wall there. That would cover the big spot. Oh, like basically something that just acts like an occluder. I guess, but that might look wrong. Like, it might cast a much larger shadow than what the staircase is. So even if the shadow isn't all glitchy looking, it might still be really large, like over there. I don't know, I can try it. But I don't really know if that's gonna work. Plus, I'd have to position it just right, too. Or if, like, anything, I could just put another object here that blocks this all the way. Yeah, I could just put another object that blocks it entirely. I still want to see if I can figure out how to increase, like, the... Increase... Let me try searching that. Here we go. Creating a spotlight with a wider source radius. Okay, there's no answer on this forum. Well, that sucks. Alright, let's look at something else. Outer and inner circle. Oh, I guess I could try that. Because there is an inner cone that you can mess with too. So what if I have this at, like, say 12? Maybe a little more. 15. And then the outer one... Well, that just makes a fall off on the outside. It doesn't do anything to the shadows. Source length? Okay, I can change the length of it, because you can see that yellow bar increasing. Oh, there it goes. Now I can change it. Oh, wait, can I not? Wait, I'm so confused. Okay, because then my next thought was if this is 0 on the inner cone, then maybe I can't do it. But now I can. Oh, actually, okay, now I can't again. The shadows are... still staying the same. Oh, because I wasn't adjusting the right one, stupid. Oh, okay, maybe that is a bug. Well, let me go back to these. And Spotlight 2. So yeah, source, radius. Actually, let me look at the... Let me go all the way over here. Oh, okay, yeah, no, it is. It is increasing, it's just... Again, it's so... exaggerated that the shadows are still super sharp. Yeah. What does it look like on the building over here? Yeah, they're still pretty sharp too. I don't want to have such a large radius on it though, because that won't look right either. Maybe like... I'll go like 20-ish, something like that. Yeah, I'll do something like that. Maybe 20. What happens if I do this? If I just keep going lower? Okay, hear me out. What if you lowered the... Oh, you said that. Yeah, I'll try lowering the intensity. Maybe go... Oh wait, hold on. To... What if I go... Okay, so if I increase the radius, that might be... That might be partially what's causing that too, because the attenuation radius is being pushed way further. Yeah, I see that even these are doing the same thing. The fence is doing the same. Where's 100,000 at? $150,000. 150,000 is like right at the limit. Yeah, it's still doing those, though. Huh. I don't know. First try with 200k lumen spot. Oh. Yeah, I'll put another one there. I'll put another one there. Spotlight. Let me hide the other ones. Lumens. Oh, jeez. Turn the scattering down. Okay. I mean, that still produces the same results because it's close. Let me try moving it a little further. Yeah. So yeah, I think it's just because it's too far away, and I'm pushing the attenuation radius too far. Cause see, the maximum on the slider that it can go is just over 16,000, and if I push, you know, I push this all the way out to, I bring in the cone a little bit. Yeah, if I push this all the way out to about where the maximum on that is, so it's about there-ish. If I take a look at that, okay, yes, it's starting to get jagged now. So yeah, when you start pushing it beyond this limit, that's when it'll start doing stuff like that. Even then, it's actually not terrible, but it is starting to get a little jagged. Unless I move it closer. Oh gosh. So I move it a little closer. That's better. So I don't know, I guess I'm just gonna have to guess. The lighthouse might have to be a little closer. I guess I can just try right where this oil rig is right here. Because it is still a ways out there. And you can barely see it. Oh, where did that rig go? Okay, it's about right there. Increase my camera speed here. There we go. There we go. So let's move it probably there. Let's try that first. Yeah, I noticed that too. $240. Oh, it's because I was messing with it. That's why it's not at 0. It wasn't at 0, that's why. So I'll move it back. I'll move it back when I'm done testing this. Alright, turn it back on. Where am I? Oh, shoot. Okay, what does this look like? Oh, camera speed, there we go. Okay, it's definitely still jagged. Well, now that it's closer, let me lower this. Oh, jeez. Yeah, looks like we'll do that. Still pretty jagged. Better than what it was, but still jagged. Might spread. Actually, yeah, let me try two things here. I'm gonna try... Okay, that's certainly changing stuff. So yeah, if it has a wider influence, yeah, the shadows definitely freak out more. So if I tighten it up... What if I go 4, 5? Okay. That did seem to work a bit better, yes. Do that for the other ones here. So... Whoops. Okay, 5 and 90,000. 90,000... 5. Let me see if, just for fun, if this changes anything. Okay, that just changes intensity for the most part. Inner is for intensity, hours for ice bed. Yeah, kinda. In this case, since again the influence radius is so large already, that's what ends up happening. But yeah, if you have like a really powerful light such as this, or just a really powerful flashlight, yeah, usually you'll have like a really powerful beam, and then there's a little bit of a fall off. So you can make 500. Yeah, I'll try it. Yeah, it's mainly if you just want to try and get like a fall off on your influence, but since this is such a large influence, it shouldn't be needed. Well, it definitely lights up the area way more, that's for sure. What is... Oh. I guess it actually makes the shadows from the volumetrics cast way more... Yeah. You can kind of see the different shadows being cast in the volumetrics. Definitely looks surreal, I'll say that. Yeah, let's see what it looks like in play. I'm really gonna have to mess with that. Once I actually get the lighthouse in the game, maybe it'll hide some of that too. Whoa. Whoa. Alright, now let's see what it looks like over here. Here it comes. Whoa. Yeah, way more prominent, I will say that. Let's go up again. Yeah, I'll go check the shadows too. No, it was better. That's for sure. Do it one more time. Yeah, it was better. It's definitely nowhere near as aliased as before. Length of beam higher again. Oh, because maybe it's not reaching out here, huh? It just barely is, but it's not a... Yeah, it's not affecting him as much. Try... 100,000... 110,000... There we go. Now I can reach him. Check it out on the boat here. And I guess if I have any more of these chimneys that are way back here too, probably have to do it longer. 125. That way it can reach those too. The only problem is... Wait, what is going on here? My shadows are bugging. That's definitely a bug. That's a little weird. Why is that happening? Isn't that thing on the... Oh, yeah, it could be the boat. That's probably what... Whoa, that's weird. Okay, yeah, that's probably what this is coming from. Yeah, it's the boat. Also weird, I just noticed when I go further away, it dynamically lowers the resolution of the shadow. until I get closer, and then it gets a little bit better. Not much better, but better. Oops, not 11,000. Here we go. So it seems like 100,000 is probably the limit before things start just breaking. See, I guess if I mean, it'll still reach buildings that are kind of towards the middle in that empty spot, but it's not going to reach the... If I have, like, giant chimneys in the background, it's not going to reach those. No, it definitely does. So the position of the light isn't moving. But yeah, when I go above this, it shouldn't be causing that. Like if I go... Yeah, so the beam influence here barely... It didn't even change. The only thing that's changing is the length. This doesn't get any wider or anything. Yeah. So yeah, I don't know. That could just be the limit. The true limit before things start doing some weird shit. It was... I mean, I guess I can just kind of slightly position it. Different too, if I have to. Try changing radius. What do you mean, source radius or the cone? Oh, I see. Oh, yeah, that made a difference. Okay, for some reason it just doesn't like 5. I don't know why. But it works on 6. Yeah, I don't know why that is. Doesn't like 5, but it seems to be okay on 6. Although the shadows are a little bit more jagged because of that. So I guess just keep trying to... Well, the more I increase it, the more jagged the shadows get. What if I... what if I be cheeky here and do 5.5? Okay, seems to be okay with that. It just doesn't like the number 5 on its own. Okay, weird. Weird. Well, I guess I'll, yeah, increase it again, and hopefully it won't bug out. We'll go back to 125. So now I can see it on the, yeah, the chimney over there. Oh. 6. Oh, no, it's not liking that one now. Nope. Huh. Weird. Source radius, I don't know. 125. It's just softening the shadow, it doesn't fix it. And it's only softening 1. Let me try 1. On this. That just makes it more intense. Huh. It's in multiple pieces. I think I got all of it. Yeah, okay. Nope, it's still got those. It's 2, right? Yeah, 2. No. Yeah, it just seems to be that distance. It's the only thing that we know for sure is breaking the shadows. Also, these barrels or whatever, not casting shadows. What, these things? Yeah, they are. Or, oh, these things. The bollards. Shadows. Well, that's weird. 'Cause, it's ticked. Why is that not happening? I didn't even realize. Far shadow? No. I didn't change any settings on static meshes. They should be the exact same. They have a different tag on them? Hold on. Light channels. They're on 0. Because I've done this feature too where dynamic lights, I switch them to 1 only, so they still light everything dynamically, but they don't light everything else because everything else is on baked lighting. What channel is this spotlight on? Zero. It should definitely be casting shadows. Doom boom. Nope. That is very strange. Cast shadow. Dynamic shadow. Huh. That is... yeah, that is weird. Hidden shadow. Try with smile. Yeah, that's to say, does it do it with other lights? No. Cast shadows with that one. Let me just bring this one over since it's already... yeah, no, that one's fine. What if I do a spotlight? That one's casting a shadow. I think. Yeah, it is. Well, what the hey? Why is this one not? That doesn't make any sense to me. Everything else, casting shadows. Say the train cars, the boxes. These metal structures. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Oh no, never mind. I was like, maybe the source radius is too big that it's going around, but never mind. Never mind, that's not the problem. So that's the what? Yeah. See, I told you I was just like that at the start, and there's even still plenty of moments, even now, where I'm like, dude, what the fuck is going on? You know what, let's go Old Faithful and restart the level. And if that doesn't work, then we'll try the other Old Faithful and just restart the engine. Okay, that didn't work. Okay, let's restart the engine. We're trying Old Faithful here and hoping that works. Because if that's the case, then it may not even be a bug and it's just some random, like, checkbox or something. Or slider, or something, I don't know. Some random feature. Alright, let it load all the textures back in. Okay. Moment of truth. No. Okay, so it's a setting or something. It's definitely a setting or something. Huh. Question is, what fucking setting is it? It's weird that those are the only ones that are doing that. Is it... No, it can't be because of that. How do I view... buffer... No. Sorry, I know it's bright. I'm trying to view, like, Where is it? Like, depth of field, ambient occlusions, or like, or sorry, not depth of field, distance field, ambient occlusions, because maybe that's what's causing issues with the shadows, but I don't remember where that is. And I know you guys can't even see what I'm trying to... It's because I have window capture on, so you can't see any of the other windows. Here, hang on, hang on. Hopefully this doesn't lag. Okay. There. Now you guys can see the drop-down menus that I'm looking at. I can't remember where it is in here. Distance field... No. Oh, I guess I can search it. Distance... Is it just called... No. Just turn on path tracing. I mean, I've never done this, so I honestly don't know if it's gonna crash or what. Bug it. Oh wow, holy shit, it actually didn't. That is very different, though. It's just trying to render the frame. Okay, that's not working. It didn't crash, though. I'm surprised. I totally thought that was gonna crash. Alright, what the hell? What if I just bring this closer and see if it fixes itself? Well, I mean, if I turn on... I can turn on Ray Trace Shadows. But then again... Spotlight 2... Hold on. Find it. Cast... Okay, hang on, it's... loading. It's loading. Okay, yeah, that works just fine. Turn on for all dynamics like so. No, you don't have to. They'll still cast. It has its own. It's called like virtual shadow maps or something like that. So you totally can do this, but just no. Not everybody has a good computer that can handle that, okay? No. I wish everybody could. Trust me, I wish everybody could have the best computer on the planet. Just tell people it's... Yeah. Yeah, that'll totally not have an entire riot of customers at our house trying to bash my skull in. Okay, fine. It's just the shadows that are ray traced. Nope. I mean, yeah, it arguably does look way better because it's ray traced shadows, but... It moved so fast I couldn't even really see it. But yeah, they are nice and soft. Soft shadows. Let me look over here. Definitely not as jagged. It was sharp, but not jagged. Yeah. Yeah, it does look very cool. Just wish it didn't suck the life out of my computer. So yeah, fundamentally, yeah, I know it looks way better and all. But I really would like to... Huh? Crashed? Oh, I did? No, I'm fine. Okay, I was like, I'm good. I really would like to try and figure out this issue, though. Because out of everything here, these are the only things that are not casting shadows, and it doesn't make sense. Wait. Where is it? Virtue map, stationary light, light map, density. Virtual texture. Oh, that's not right. Oh no, it's in, some kind of cache. There it is, virtual shadow map. Cast page. Whoa. Okay, it was there and it disappeared. Why? Shadow mask? Why is it only showing me that segment? Nanite overdraw? No. Is nanite causing the problem? Hold on, let me disable. Oh god. Hold on, let me disable nanite. Oh, wow. Okay, now it's fine. So it's a nanite issue. Because if I actually... Let me look at the buffer now. You're not on ray tracer? Yeah, no, I turned it back off. I turned it back off. Also, what is nanite? Nanite is one of the big features that came out when Unreal Engine 5 first launched. It's basically... It's like a virtualized geometry of every mesh that's in here that I have it enabled on. It has a lot of different features. So one big feature is you can have a really high poly object, like, I mean, hundreds of thousands of triangles on it, and it's able to compress the memory size so it doesn't bog down your system. So you can have super highly detailed assets in your scene. And then on top of that, it negates the need for LODs because it dynamically creates clusters. And all that jazz. There's way more to it than what I explained right there, but that's the most basic of basic answers I can give to that. It's a whole thing. How dense is this without it? This is a Megascans asset, so I know it's going to be really dense. Holy 500,000 vertices. That's okay. I understand why I understand why nanite was enabled now. That's ridiculous. For a bollard? Jesus. That's dumb. Okay, I don't need all that. But if I go back into the virtual shadow map thing now. Okay, this view mode is weird. It's very glitchy. I mean, I would have just kept the old ones that were there, but their texture didn't really match well with the caution tape here. This matches it well. I don't know if I have nanite enabled on the staircase. Well, this is how you check it. Nanite visualization, triangles. Okay. Flashing colors, warning. I'm just gonna throw that out there right now, okay? Because when I do this, you're gonna see all kinds of colors and triangles, alright? So just warning, flashing colors. If you're sensitive to that, look away. Okay, it's all black, so I do not have nanite enabled on that. But yeah, so if I go back to it really quick. So yeah, you can see, look how dense these assets are. All of those different colors are triangles. So yeah, they're insanely dense objects. Well, let me find another object that has nanite on it and see if it's having issues casting shadows. Nanite. Okay, I have it enabled on the trains. So let me do this. Just for testing purposes. Oh, okay, the train cars are actually not casting shadows either. Weird. The train cars are not casting shadows either. Or if I, like, duplicate this and then bring it up. Yeah, it's not casting shadows either. Okay, so yeah, nanite seems to be the problem. Nanite seems to be the problem. Weird. Well, I definitely have to have nanite enabled on these, because these are way too dense. So there's one specific thing you have to unoptimize the entire level. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I could just change these rock assets back into, like, you know, a flat plane like this. But I spent so much time putting all these together. So, can't you manually change the amount of polygons? Actually, yeah, I think I can. Let me see here. Let me go into modeling mode. Mesh. Simplify? Oh shit! I didn't think it would just do it. Okay. Oh, okay. I was like, give me some settings here. Okay, here we go. Target percentage 50. Well, I definitely want way less than that. 25. It gives you a texture as well. No. I don't think so. UV attributes, because as long as it keeps the... Yeah, show UV seams, so these red lines are the UV seams. So it still tries to maintain those so it doesn't mess up the texture. That's still a lot of fucking triangles though, even at 25%. They are your triangle count. Okay, it's set to 1,000, so let's see what that does. I mean, it's better. 1,000's better than 500,000. Okay, there we go. That is a bit better. I mean, it's obviously not quite as detailed, but I mean, that's still more than enough. That is more than enough. Honestly, yeah, let's try even less. Let's go like 250. I mean, even in this case, 250 is still would be overboard. I mean, it kind of just looks like a it kind of just looks like a bent barrel at this point, but I mean, yeah, it looks crumpled and bendy versus what it was there. I mean, they kind of are already like that too. Like, you can see it's kind of leaning a little bit. It also came in with 8K texture. Maybe it's because I imported the highest, because you can import. Here, before I do that, I want to see if I can just import a much lower res version that they already made. Let me go to Fab. Hopefully it's in my library, which is this. Mega scans. Show me mega scans. Where is it? Where is it? Publishers. There we go. Quixel. Oh, okay. It's showing me. No. Okay. But also those middle things had nanite, I think, and it worked. Did they? Oh, come on. Oh yeah, you're right, they did. You are correct. Well, that's even more strange. Maybe it's just on small. Like, what if I enable it on this thing, since it's smaller? Yeah. See, now it's not casting shadows. Oh wait, what about those big things? Yellow thingies, how they were called? Cranes, yeah. I don't think so. I don't remember though. Nanite. Yeah, these ones don't. What if I turn nanite on these? I can't tell if it did or not. Nanite. Oh. So in these, okay. So then why are these casting shadows with nanite? That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, when I turned nanite on, it wasn't. Yeah, see, now it's gone. Wait, oh, I selected the wrong thing. Then when I turn it back off, Huh. So what if I go back to the spotlight here. What if I look up a setting in terms of nanite? No. Okay. Let's go back to shadow. Translucent shadows, cinematic. Distance field shadows? No. I mean, they're still there, but they look horrendously bad from far away. And that doesn't look right at all. That metal thing. Well, it's because when I don't have nanite on it. Here, what if I turn off nanite on this one? See what happens. Oh, wait, actually, wait, hold on. Maybe that was the shadow from the crane. Nanite. Oh, yeah, never mind. I was looking at the crane shadow, never mind. Okay. So yeah, no, it is just a nanite issue. I mean, this is a lower poly thing. I can leave nanite off on this. I don't know why I had it on for that. Anyway. I really only want nanite on for really dense objects like these. Okay, so yeah, nanite is the problem. Okay, anyway, back to looking at this asset here. I have to do it on the browser because it wasn't showing it in the plugin I had right there for some reason. I don't know why. My library, mega scans. It was called Bollard. Okay, there it is right there. Yeah, the gravel is super dense. View in... Okay, I guess I'll view it in the launcher. God, I hate Fab so much. I've said this many times too, but I despise it. It is so much more complicated and clunky than Quixel Bridge. Like all the stuff that Quixel just had for the engine was so much better. Okay, down. What? Export? No, I want to add it to my project. Oh my god. Okay, I gotta find it again. is this stupid thing? Quixel. Ah, for fuck's sake. Okay, I give up on that. Alright, thinking of what's happening. What if nanite works not only for the player, but also the objects? Like if something is far away from light or object, it can't not interact with it because it skips it in some way. I guess it could be a distance thing, too. Hang on, let me. I'm just testing. I'm gonna re-enable nanite. And then I'm gonna grab the spotlight and I'm just gonna bring it closer for now. And see what happens. Bring it way closer. Okay, so it still isn't casting shadows. Still nothing. Alright, what if I bring this down? Okay, yeah, when I bring this down, even at the max 16,000, it will start casting shadows. So I guess, yeah, anything that's has nanite enabled, if it's too far away, it won't do it. Weird. Alright, let me undo all that. Is there a way that I can max draw distance, range? No, that's for light. The light itself. Like in any event, I would just do that, but it breaks so many other things. Because the distance field meshes, I don't know if there's a way I can visualize it. Hold on. No, because look, it looks okay there, but when I go back out here, stairs messed up. Whatever these ones here are coming from, no idea where. The boat looks okay. But yeah, there's still definitely plenty of artifacts. But yeah, the distance field meshes, it creates like a, because this is actually how Lumen works too. Lumen being the global illumination feature that came with Unreal Engine 5. It uses like a lower poly version of the mesh to bounce light off of and reflect off of. So that's why in Lumen Reflections it tends to look really blurry and weird sometimes, because it's not the actual mesh. It's not ray tracing. It's creating another version of the mesh. So, I mean, it's like half ray tracing. It's not full-on hardware ray tracing, but it's like somewhat. But yeah, it's not using the actual polygons on the, like this, for example. It makes like a much lower res version of it, but I need to look up how to visualize it, because there's a way. 5, view. field meshes. How do I do this? Visualize mesh distance fields that represent your scene. Show. Visualize. Mesh distance field. Okay, it's somewhere in here. There it is, right there. Yeah, here we go. Okay. So yeah, see how it kind of creates like a very splotchy and low-res version of everything. So when I turn on shadows that are using these meshes, since they're not completely accurate, it causes all kinds of weird artifacts, especially for objects that are thin like this. So at your own amount of polygons. Well, I would just import a lower res version of this, but Fab is being stupid right now. Hold on, I'll try it again. I should just be able to add it to my project. Oh, I should probably not have it on there. There we go. Wait, show... where was it? Visualize... Oh, that's where this is too. Okay. So this is how it calculates like dynamic ambient occlusion. Cool. Okay, hold on. Where is this? Price? No, not prices. Publishers. Quixel Megascans. No results found. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna full screen this because I can't do it in window. Alright, I'm hiding chat for a second. Just bear with me. Bear with me. Why does it not show it to me in my library? You need to install the Unreal Engine 5.4 plugin to export to this target. What? No, I don't. I don't know. I have no idea what is going on with that. Oh, I don't know. I'd say I would just... They already have a preset lower than this that I could just import probably, but it's not letting me do it. So, actually, I'm curious how much this is too. Typically, I don't because I want to keep a high fidelity. Okay, so see, that's how it should be. So the gravel's only 36,000 triangles, but nanite gives it almost 2 million because that's virtualized geometry. But the real fallback is 36,000. So why the fuck are these not the same story? Oh, no, it is. Okay, it didn't say that before. Now it says 1,524 triangles. Okay, weird. It didn't say that before. It literally said like 500,000 before that. Weird. Let me make sure nanite is actually enabled first on them. Yeah, it is. Okay. Huh, weird. Don't know your library about items. And then can't redact your store page. Yeah, I don't know. Fab is just being weird right now. Because normally what happens is you just find the asset like this, and then you can just add it to your project. But it's trying to force me to just like download it, or I need a plugin to do it, and it's like, no I don't. I've done it with several other assets. Anyway, so in this case, nanite is increasing the amount of triangles. Yeah, so I don't. Again, it's a whole thing. I don't know if it's physically increasing the amount of triangles, or if it's just showing you a compressed version of it that has that many triangles. Because again, there's the fallback mesh. The real mesh is still only like 1,000. Or this is still only 1,500 triangles. You have to look this stuff up because I don't know. There's so much stuff going on under the hood with nanite. So like if I go visualization and I do overview, there's all these different things. So this is the triangles that it makes in the upper left. Clusters that it forms, and you can see they dynamically change. That's why LODs, you don't need them if you're using nanite, because it does it automatically. So the further away, the less clusters that it needs to make. Overdraw is how you can optimize it. So if it's like orange, so like kind of right there at the train, if you're starting to see orange, there's too many triangles that are being rendered on top of each other. But in this case, it's not too many, so it's not too big of a deal. The rest of it is just purple and pink, so that's fine. Yeah, there's so many other things with this that I just don't know how to explain because there's so much going on. But it's meant for you to be able to have very highly dense objects in your scene, and it performs well because it also compresses it at the same time. So you also don't have an insanely large file size because it compresses it. But I don't know. I could just be talking out of my ass. I have no, this is just what I've learned over the years of using it. Okay. Disable it and see how it runs. If I disable it, it might run okay. Let's see. Let's see. Alright, disable. That might take a toll on it because there's a lot of these rock or gravel pieces. But we'll see. I don't know. We'll see. Oh gosh, yeah. It's already lagging in the viewport, so I definitely need nanite. Definitely need nanite for that. Because it's already lagging the scene. And I haven't even played it. Well, let me look it up. Let me see if there's like a distance thing that I can find. Let me see if there is anything on that. Yeah, literally. Dynamic shadow distance. No, it's not cascaded shadow maps. It's virtual. Oh, you 100% can. Like I said, I think when I imported this, I imported the highest version available. You can import a much lower res version. It just isn't letting me right now for some reason. Because when you import something at the highest, yeah, it gives you like the raw geometry, and then it also gives you 8K textures. But if you import something at like high, it's high quality with 4K textures, so on and so forth. So yeah, I just do that, but I'll have to do that later and try and see what the hell's going on with Fab, because it's not letting me import it. Dynamic shadows, Midnight Mesh, World Outliner. Yeah, that's a directional light. That's not a directional light. This is a spotlight. Shadow. possible I'm onto something here, but it's also more likely I'm not. No. Okay, I also saw another setting somewhere. Oh yeah, right here. Okay. I have no idea what this is about to do. Well, I mean, I know what it's gonna do, but I don't know if it's gonna work, but... Oh god, yeah, okay. Alright, I'm gonna do this in unlit, because I know it's gonna be bright as hell. Okay, no, that still doesn't... Does not do what I thought it was gonna do. Maps enabled, controlling radius, increase the compass, the distance. Well, I know that the shadow maps are enabled, otherwise you wouldn't see any shadows, but I don't know. I didn't see any, like, culling radius setting. What the hell happened to my... There it is. If using Lumen... Well, I'm not using Lumen. Currently use the console ray tracing cooling radius. That's ray tracing. May also need to expand... Increase lumen seen far field... Well, even though I'm not using Lumen, that could be also talking about the distance field meshes. Huh. I don't know. Render culling radius. Yeah, I don't remember seeing any settings like that. That's just textures. Oops. No, nothing happens with that. I don't know if it's gonna let you oh, I don't know if it's gonna let you, but you can try. Otherwise, just send it in Discord if it doesn't. No, nothing on that. And nothing on that. The only thing with that is the same the distance field shadows or draw distance, which is just if I'm like really far away, like max draw distance, it won't show the light if I'm further away than this distance. That's the only thing that I can get for it to show on those, but again, there's multiple other artifacts because of that. Oh yeah, because the building itself doesn't even cast shadows either. Huh. Puzzling, isn't it? I think I looked that up earlier, but I'll try it again. Nah, nope. Nope. Settings for nanite itself. Oh, I don't know. To be honest, there probably is, but it's in the form of like console commands and stuff like that, and I definitely don't know those. Shadow map. Adjust global settings via project settings, nanite. Project settings. Rendering. It's just on or off, basically. Generate mesh distance fields. Virtual shadow maps. If I go back here. I already forgot where this setting was. was trying to see if I turned off the cooling shadows on the volumetrics, maybe that would fix it, but I don't know. I forgot where that setting was. Oh, here it is. Okay, no, that does not change anything. Why aren't you using Lumen? Because it's too expensive to render. My frames are very low with it, and even if I have Lumen on very low settings to try and optimize it, it doesn't look that good. There's a lot of weird artifacts that come with it, so it looks better to not use it. So like if I turned it on and like all these little lights right here would then emit light all around it, which yes would look really nice, but the all these other lights too and whatnot, when you go far enough away, there's too many damn artifacts. Well, sometimes even when you're up close, there's weird splotches that appear out of nowhere. It just looks bad. But yeah, even to get high settings on there to try and fix that, it costs too much. I will demonstrate. It's in my post-processing. So, Lumen. Honestly, it doesn't even make that much of a difference in this case either. I can also do Lumen reflections too if I wanted to. Yeah, and if I play... So yeah, and I've even turned Nanite back on. But yeah, my performance is just really low. Oh, it's compiling shaders. Yeah, it's just too expensive. And even then, these aren't emitting that much light on anything. Nanomesh render into VSIMs from any distance. Standard shadow maps often fail or cull shadows too early. Yeah, that sounds kind of like what's happening right now. Sounds similar to the issue we're having. See, world position offset. If the nanite mesh uses animation or displacement via world position offset, which they don't. Evaluate world position offset and use. So that's it. That's if you have like foliage or trees blowing in the wind. But in this case, I don't have that. Yeah, I can't seem to find anything either, so... Yeah, I either disable... Well, I either use ray trace shadows, or I disable nanite and use a lower dense mesh. a less dense mesh. Well, directional light seems to work better just because of the way it's set up. It has different properties set up by default to where it lights up your entire scene versus just one specific light. So like if I turn off these spotlights and I add a directional light here, just to show. So I could even have this set to movable, and yeah, it'll cast shadows just fine, because it's, I don't know, it's set up way different. Way different. What those specific properties are, I don't really know, because I haven't really dug in that far, but yeah. Advanced. Well, maybe I can find a setting in here that is different versus my spotlight. Just maybe there's a different setting here. Shadow color, shadow amount. Honestly, I don't even see that setting on that. Translucent shadows. Which fixed spotlights to cast on night. Use ray tracing cooling 0 to disable. Pulling off it, yeah, because what that's doing is you're setting every like culling option to 0, so you're basically telling it not to cull the shadow. But yeah, that is for ray tracing. Yeah, see, some of these settings are different, like shadow amount. I don't even know what that's controlling, because nothing changed. Specular scale, shadow resolution scale. Shadow length. Oh, this has a... Because it's actually using distance field shadows. What if I... Okay, hold on. Turn that off. It doesn't change anything. Literally nothing changes. Weird. Okay. I thought one of those would change something, but it doesn't. But yeah, either way, I don't have... The only option in the spotlight I have for... Oh, actually, I guess I didn't mess with that. But again, yeah, that doesn't really fix the artifacting happening. Oh. Oh god, where did that setting go? Better culling. Let's see. Project settings. To culling right here. Okay. I see one for cascaded shadow maps. Oh, change the default value to 3 to a higher number or 0. Let's try... I don't know, let's just try something drastic like 1 and see what happens. No. Okay, let's try 0. No. Calling and check the box for... Oh. I wonder if I have to restart the engine when changing these two. No, let's try it. I'll restart really quick and see if that changes anything. Let's throw that back on there. Okay, it did not seem to change anything. So I guess I do not have to restart if I change those. I don't know. Yeah, so far the only two solutions are ray trace shadows or disable nanite and have a lower poly mesh. Or I have to move the lighthouse way closer, and I don't want to do that. It's supposed to be far away. Well, I guess what if the haunted city or lighthouse? What if it was just like that and the docks were right next to each other? Kind of like, I guess, you know how the transition from earlier I was saying the transition from Dead City to Haunted City are pretty much right there. They're right next to each other. I guess we can have the same concept here, where the lighthouse, because it turns into like a harbor at the end of the level when you reach the lighthouse. It's like a harbor kind of area. So, I guess ultimately, if we wanted to, we could probably just put both of those right next to each other too. But I don't know. I'll keep trying other solutions before we do that. Shadow virtual use far shadow culling 0. That sounds actually a bit more promising. Maybe. That sounds more promising. Let's try it. I'm just gonna copy and can I copy that? Yes. Well, it did not change anything. Apparently source radius could also work. Yeah, I guess let me just try and increase the source radius more than 20. No. Okay, no, that's obviously way too big for a lighthouse. I guess try the other ones too, why not? Oh, okay, looking. Then it's probably not a far shadow killing issue. A few things, spotlights plus nanite. If nanite proxy becomes too coarse, shadows can disappear. Yeah, that makes sense. Alright, let me try doing that. I don't know what the default is for that percentage. But I shall try it. What is it? Our nanite pixel or sorry, max. There it is, max pixel per edge. Want to see if okay, I was assuming it was one, but I wasn't sure. That's this. Not to cull that much or something. Okay. I'll try 0.5 first. No, nothing there. Two 5. Nope. Oh yeah, I guess it's key sensitive. Nope, same results. What's the other thing here? Virtual resolution. No, shadow virtualization, LED bias. If this fixes it, the virtual shadow map isn't allocating enough resolution for the spotlight. Light source distance to the light itself is hundreds or thousands of meters from the geometry. This is a known limitation of rasterized shadow mapping due to precision. Common workaround is to move the spotlight closer and increase its attenuation radius. Okay, well, yeah. Nanite fallback mesh as a test. Disable nanite on the affected mesh. If the shadow comes back, then the issue is definitely nanite or virtual shadow map related rather than the spotlight. Yeah, so it's not the spotlight because when we disable nanite, it works. The shadows work just fine. So, all right, let me do the other things here then. R.shadow. Virtual. Resolution, LOD bias. Local, right? Yeah, local. It is -1, -2. No. I guess the default was 0. And then let me go back to 1. Alright, no, those didn't change anything. Huh, I don't know. I guess it's right in nanite quality. Yeah, it's definitely a nanite related issue for sure. I just don't know anything else. So you have to either replace stuff with the yeah, disable nanite and replace it with lower poly stuff, or ray trace shadows, which I prefer not to force on everybody, or I move it closer. Those are pretty much my 3 options right now. I mean, if it's happening here, it's probably going to happen on other levels, but I don't really have... This is one of the only cases where I have a light source that's this powerful that is that far away. Otherwise, if there's a light source that's really far away, usually it's a directional light. So... work. I mean, it had to be, like, really close, which is why I was talking about just integrating the continuity of going from lighthouse to docks, saying that docks would just be right there at the harbor where the lighthouse is. If that's the solution that I went with. So if I move it way closer, kind of like here-ish, it'd also be probably higher. Well, no, maybe not. Probably about the same height as the crane. Maybe a little bit higher. And then I knock down... So, like, if the lighthouse is about right there-ish. Oof. Yikes, wait, do I have nanite on this? No, I don't. Oh, damn, yeah, even close up, it still didn't. Yeah, never mind, I guess not. So how close does this thing have to be? Hold on, I'm gonna push it here. Yeah, the only way for that to work is if it's just not beyond a certain limit. Yeah, if I start pushing it beyond 20,000, that's when it starts messing up. So yeah, I guess really just any amount beyond that limit, if I push it further than that on nanite meshes, it starts messing up. Okay, well even that actually is still causing weird artifacts. Weird. I don't know, very strange. Yeah, I'll have to keep looking at that and see if I can find something else. Otherwise, it'll have to result down to those two solutions. Alright, otherwise, I'm going to have to go. I have some things to do. I gotta eat, shower, and then I do have to go do something tonight, so... Unfortunately, most of this, the last half of this stream, maybe even more, was probably just figuring out how to get this spotlight working, but that's alright. We're still productive. We still got a good amount of stuff optimized and set up, so we'll keep at it. We will keep at it. I'll try and stream whenever I can. I'm off work Saturdays, Mondays, and Tuesdays, so if there's any time of stream, any time for a stream to happen, it'll definitely be one of those 3 days. I should probably go see 4. Yeah, 4:30 for you. Yeah. I think not catch that. No, that's fine. I definitely prefer that be caught and fixed rather than it just being left like that. So, no problem at all. We'll figure something out. Anywho, though, thank you guys all that dropped in. Appreciate you as always. You guys are absolutely awesome. Have a good day, evening, or night, and I'll catch you in the next one. At least you don't know the nanite kind of sucks at some good. Yeah, it definitely has its pros and cons, that's for sure. It does. But that's pretty much everything with this engine and all that. Just gotta figure out what works. Alright, I'll catch you guys later.